All right, good morning, distant learners. Hopefully you're doing well. It's good to see you on the stream. Make sure, a few of you, make sure you stay on the stream or put your name back in the stream so I know you're here. That put it in a little early. Thank you for everyone that is here. We are going to pray first. So any prayer requests? Any prayer requests? Obviously, continue praying for Pastor Sidlowski as he's still recovering, although he is home, which is a huge blessing. Any other prayer requests? All right, let's go. Let's just do the guys first. Isaac, you want to pray for us?
Heavenly Father, I pray that you give us a good day today. Help us be good in classes. I pray for our pastor. Be safe and made his home. I pray that you'll be with him and his family.
Amen. Thanks, Isaac, for doing that. We're trying to do that for all the classes again. Man, I know it's maybe just seems like a task, but I think it's a good thing. I'm doing it with all my classes. You guys are a little bit older, so hopefully it's not as much of a problem. But I think we need it as a school. Like a lot of us, we know a lot about the Bible, maybe God, but a lot of us, I don't think we know a lot here. We don't believe in everything. We don't show it by actions. The Bible says faith without works is what? You guys know? What did he say? Yeah, it's dead. Like we can believe in something, but if we don't show that we believe it, man, do we really believe it? Like I can say, man, Papa John's pizza is the best. But if I went and bought Pizza Hut pizza every single day, that doesn't really show that I really believe Papa John's pizza is the best. Okay, if we truly believe in God and love God and thankful for everything he does for us, and we know that he can take care of us, and we believe what the Bible says, man, we're going to show it in our actions. We're not just going to not talk to him, right? Some of you are friends in here. What do you do to your friends? You talk to them, okay? You care about them, okay? God and Jesus did so much for us, they want to be our friend. The Bible says they're a friend that sticketh closer than a brother. He wants that relationship with us, and part of a relationship is talking to someone. If you're dating, if you have a close friend, a relative, a relationship takes communication. Okay, just like a teacher and a distant learner. Isn't that right, Christian? It takes communication to work. And when there is no communication, it doesn't work. It really doesn't. I've seen that with some students and some that communicate really well. Some that communicate sometimes and don't communicate other times. Communication is key in any type of relationship. When you're later on in work, for you to be successful in your job, guess what? It's going to be communication maybe with a coworker or with a boss or with whatever you're doing. You have to know how to communicate in your relationships. Okay, but we're going to be continuing with our lesson that we started yesterday. Yesterday we talked about what kind of was the theme. What of Christ? Okay, he was getting tested and then he gave an answer. Okay, but all of that showed we talked about like one word, showed his wisdom. Okay, we talked about the wisdom of Christ yesterday. Again, that was in John chapter 8. We started in John chapter 7, verse 53, but John chapter 8, verses 1 through 11. Okay, but we're going to continue reading that. If you want to open up your Bibles to John chapter 8 as well. Okay, and talk about a little bit with this. Okay, so we see that he was tested. Okay, the Pharisees, what did they do to test him? They brought a woman. Okay, she was caught in the act of adultery. They brought, again, only the women, thinking that they had Jesus cornered. Okay, but we just found out yesterday, if we didn't know, but most of us probably have heard this passage before, story before. Was Jesus really cornered? No. They thought they were going to be able to trap him in saying something and then be able to take him captive, but they couldn't. What ended up happening to the Pharisees, what did they do? They just ran away. They walked away. Because Jesus, we don't know exactly what he wrote, but he just started writing in the sand. A lot of people assume that he just started writing the sins of those men. And then he said, hey, the first that basically doesn't sin, you can cast the first stone. And obviously no one was really there left. Everyone was already gone. And we see that, again, the wisdom of Christ. But with the wisdom of Christ continuing in chapter 8, we're going to see some ignorance. Ignorance of who? Who do you think? The Pharisees. We're going to see, again, Jesus showing them hey, it's more than just this law, okay? You're not bound by the Old Testament law and these different things anymore. I'm trying to show you guys that. And obviously he's going to show greater than any other way than dying on the cross for them. Okay, but he's showing the Pharisees, hey, it's not about just acting like this, being this person. It's about internal. He didn't care that this woman was a harlot or whatever you want to call her. But he knew she was a soul and that she could be saved and changed. But we're going to see the ignorance of the Pharisees. If you want to open up your Bibles, John chapter 8 and verse 13, that is where we are beginning. Okay, we're going to see Jesus is talking to these people. Again, these people were here. Okay, we see Jesus talk to these men. Okay, he's talking to the woman. Actually, let's start in verse 10, and we'll continue from there. Verse 10 says this, when Jesus had lifted up himself and saw none but the woman, he said unto her. Okay, so all the Pharisees are gone. Okay, we still have maybe a few of the people he was talking to before, but again, when an argument happens and you're not part of an argument, what do you usually do? Bless you. Okay, so let's say like Noah and Michelle just start like, I don't know. I mean, as a teacher in school, obviously I'm going to stop it. But let's say it's just in a random place, in a store, you see these two people, hopefully it's not Noah and Michelle, and they're just like, no, just like verbally, like super aggressively without killing each other, just arguing and just yelling at each other. Are you going to like go up to them? No, and you're like, hey guys, what's going on? No. You're going to see that and you're like, I'm going this way. Okay, so we see this happen. Pharisees, Jesus going at it. Okay, they already had, whether it's loud or not, they already had conflict between each other. People like knew. It's like they saw the Pharisees coming, like, oh no, what's going to happen this time? Because remember at the Feast of Tabernacles, Jesus was talking to them, debating with them. This time, Jesus doesn't say a word. Man, you guys know like one of the worst times someone's angry? It's when they're quiet. When someone's just like sitting there and just angry. That is the worst. That's what I feel like these people saw. They saw Jesus, again, having in righteous anger because they're accusing this woman, again, trying to test him, and he already knew that because they didn't bring both. We talk about the man and the woman. If they were really trying to do something just, they would have brought both. Okay, but he just starts writing, and the people are like, oh, no. And maybe they saw some of the sins. They're like, I don't want to be part of this. So at this time, we see there's not a lot of people around anymore. It's just mainly Jesus and the woman, maybe a few others. Okay, and Jesus is talking to her, and Jesus tells the woman this, woman, we don't know her name, so he says, woman, where are those thine accusers? Hath no man condemned thee? Remember, this woman was brought to Jesus from taken in the act. She was taken in the act of adultery. Again, super awkward. But Jesus, not being any awkward, just says, hey, where's your accusers? Who's going to stone you? Right? Who's going to stone you anymore? She said, no man, Lord. And Jesus said unto her, neither do I condemn thee. Go and what? Sin no more. He says, I don't condemn you. Obviously, she probably knows after this point, I mean, she probably already knew, but after this point of Jesus just writing in the sand, she knew she had done wrong. Her actions were wrong. She knew that. She was probably super embarrassed by it already, by just the Pharisees. And then with Jesus having this humble response, he says, hey, I don't condemn you. Just go and sin no more. Man, isn't that what he does in our lives today? We're all born sinners. The Bible tells us that. For we all fall short of the glory of God. We're all sinners. Jesus doesn't just condemn us. Man, you guys are worthless. I can't do anything with you. I'm not going to save you. You're going to hell. But that's not what he did. We can look at hindsight. We see he came and died on the cross for us, rose again, that he loved us so much. He didn't condemn us. He says, hey, go and sin no more. He gave us the Bible as an instruction saying, hey, do these things. These can help you in your life. Okay, and we see this happening with the woman. Okay, verse 12, then spake Jesus again unto them, saying, I am the light of the world. He that followeth me shall not walk in darkness, but shall have the light of life. By the way, if you didn't know, that is one of your memory verses this week. You should have wrote them down. Hopefully you're learning that one. That one might be a little bit longer than the other one. Okay, but continue reading. Jesus again talking to these people, hey, I'm the light of the world. He's already said this before. They should know this by now, but he's saying it again. He's like, hey, if you guys didn't hear, okay, if you're still not believing, hey, I'm here. I'm here to guide you, to help you. Verse 13, the Pharisees therefore said unto him, this is where we're going to see their ignorance, thou bearest record of thyself. Thy record is not true. What are the Pharisees basically saying again? Jesus, you're a hypocrite. Jesus, you're a liar. Okay, you're deceiving these people. Remember, we heard that before in the Feast of Tabernacles? They said, hey, don't believe this man. He's a deceiver. That's what they're saying again. After all that has happened, the Pharisees still say, hey, don't listen to him. He's a liar. He's a hypocrite. He's a fake. Verse 14, we see, Jesus answered and said unto them, though I bear record of myself, yet my record is true, for I know whence I came and whither I go, but ye cannot tell whence I come and whither I go. Ye judge after the flesh, I judge no man. And yet if I judge, my judgment is true, for I am not alone, but I and the Father that sent me. It is also written in your law that the testimony of two men is true. I am one that bear witness of myself, and the Father that sent me beareth witness of me. Basically, he's just saying what? Jesus is telling them, no, I'm not a hypocrite. He's standing his ground here. We see Jesus, he doesn't walk away, and he's not quiet this time. We see these Pharisees say, hey, you're a liar. He's like, no, I'm not. Okay, and he uses the Old Testament laws, because the Pharisees are supposed to know that. They say, hey, in the Old Testament, in the Scriptures, it says when you have witness of two people, at least two people, their record is true. And who does Jesus say his two people are? Himself and the Father. Obviously, do you think the Pharisees are really going to take that answer? They're like, no, you don't know the Father. Okay, and we see that happening. Okay, but some things with this, the ignorance of the Pharisees. In these verses, we see contrasted the wisdom of gentleness of Christ against the ignorance and harshness of the Pharisees. Glancing briefly through the rest of the chapter 8, we are going to see this ignorance displayed in a few different ways. Okay, first, we already saw it in verse 13, we see an ignorance of his truthfulness. The Pharisees accused Jesus of lying about who he was. He said he was the light. They said, no, you're a liar. Okay? Jesus replied that he is not alone in claiming to be the Messiah. In verse 17, we just read that he had two witnesses, him, and we just said the Father. He reminded them that the testimony of two men is accepted in court in the Jewish law. He then said in verse 18, it says this, I am the one that bear witness of myself, and the Father that sent me beareth witness of me. Okay, he says again, he and the Father is the witness to his messiahship, to being the Savior. Okay, as we've already studied a little bit before, his miracles or works also testify his deity. Okay, really, if Jesus wanted to, okay, he said himself and the Father, obviously trying to show his deity and messiahship to the Pharisees, saying, hey, we're one. Okay, I am one with the Father. I am the Son of God. Okay, he bears witness for me. Okay, but if Jesus really wanted to, after all the miracles he's done, I'm sure he could have gone and found two people, hey, or some of the disciples or somebody, said, hey, you guys saw me do that miracle. Remember when I healed that lame man by the pool of Bethesda? Hey, you guys remember, hey, servants, you were there when I turned the water into wine. Can you tell these guys? He could have picked two witnesses, don't you guys think? He could have gone and found two people, easy, but he didn't. He said, hey, myself and the Father, trying to again show, hey, my deity. I am one with the Father. I know God. Okay, I am God. We are the witness. And we see that ignorance of his truthfulness. They didn't want to believe him. Continuing reading in verse 19, then said they unto him, the Pharisees, where is thy Father? Okay, so Jesus says, hey, I'm a witness, and my Father's the witness. Pretty common question. They're like, okay, if your Father's your witness, where is he? You know, like, let's say, I don't know. I can't use that one. Okay, let's say you're in the store and you're a little kid, right? When I was a little kid, one of my favorite stores to go to was Best Buy. Why do you think, as a kid, Best Buy was my favorite store to go to, Christian?
Because you were a gamer.
Dude, because I was a gamer. I still am a little bit. I was a gamer. So right when we get to Best Buy, whether my mom's shopping for who knows what, okay, whether it's getting something repaired, I would sprint from wherever my mom was, to the game section. Because Best Buy, not anymore because of COVID, but they would always have game systems and new games. And I would go and play them until she would leave, that she would know where I would be. Okay, but as a kid, when a worker would see a kid just doing something, what does the worker usually go and ask? Well, usually they say, hey, where are your parents? They want to make sure you're safe. You're not just like a 10-year-old by yourself in the store. You know what I mean? Hey, where are your parents? And I could say, well, they're here. And they're going to ask, where? We see in this analogy, okay, and then in this story, Jesus says, hey, my Father is my witness. He's here somewhere. My Father is my witness. They're like, where? Where is your Father? And Jesus answered and has a response in verse 19. Ye neither know me, nor my Father. If ye had known me, ye should have known my Father also. What is Jesus trying to say? Okay, he's basically saying, again, I am the Son of God. If you don't believe in me, you don't believe in the Father. If you don't believe in the Father, you don't believe in me. Okay, you don't know us. You say you know these laws, you know all these things, but you don't know us. Again, talking about that relationship. I can know everything that's in this Bible, but if I don't believe and have a relationship with God and Jesus, man, it's pointless. It's pointless. Okay, the Pharisees knew a lot. They were smart people. They knew the scriptures. They just didn't believe it. They didn't live it. Okay, because of this, we see not only did the Pharisees have an ignorance of truthfulness, they had an ignorance of the Father or his Father. The Pharisees thought that when Christ referred to his Father, he meant Mary's husband Joseph. Okay, they're like, hey, his earthly father. Okay, we know Mary was his mother, so we're just assuming Joseph is his real father. Okay, if your father's your witness, where's Joseph? Where is he? Okay, who was obviously at this time, Joseph was dead. He had already passed away. But Joseph wasn't Jesus' father. We know that. I'm sure the Pharisees had heard stories about a boy being born in a manger in Bethlehem. Okay, they treated this answer as a big joke. After all, they must have thought he is an, illegitimate child. Okay, he was born out of wedlock. If you guys know the story about Jesus being born, just a little bit, okay, obviously Mary having the baby, okay, she was in the process of like what we would call like courting. Okay, in the Jewish law, they'd have this thing, I'm not going to go deep into it. Okay, they would have this style of courting for a long time. And during this time of courting or dating, maybe engagement, Mary goes to Joseph and say, hey, I'm pregnant. And at that time, Joseph could have publicly gone to the Sanhedrin or whatever, and Mary could have been killed because she broke the law of that engagement. Okay, but Joseph didn't. But Joseph knew he wasn't the actual father, and we know that. Okay, we see that they are basically calling Jesus an illegitimate child. Mary had even claimed that Joseph was not his father. Sure, his father believed that he was the Messiah, whoever his father was. Okay, basically saying, hey, you're not the Son of God. Your father's somewhere. Maybe they just assume Joseph, he's dead, so you have no witness. Such is the stinging criticism that is implied behind this question in verse 27. Where is thy Father? They're just criticizing Jesus now, making a mock of him. Where's your Father, Jesus? Oh, we know he's dead. Okay, but again, they didn't know because Joseph wasn't his father. God the Father is his Father. So we see this ignorance of his Father. Continue reading in verse 20. These words spake Jesus in the treasury as he taught in the temple. And no man laid hands on him, for his hour was not yet come. Okay, again, so all this stuff happens, okay, but still, the Pharisees don't take him. Okay, they can't arrest him like they want to so bad. They're like, oh, I just want to take that guy. But they couldn't. Okay, but we see in verse 21, we're going to see some more unbelief. Okay, then said Jesus again unto them in verse 21, I go my way, and ye shall seek me, and shall die in your sins. Whither I go, ye cannot come. Okay, now that's a bold statement. I'll read it again. He says, I go my way. He has his will to do that is sent, or why he was sent by the Father. He says, and ye shall seek me. He knows they're going to look for him. He knows they're going to come and find him at a time. Okay? But at the end, Jesus is telling him, hey, and ye or shall die in your sins. Man, you guys are sinners. You're going to die. Because the Bible says every man has an appointed time to die. Whither I go, ye cannot come. He's basically saying that you're not saved. Because you don't believe in me, man, you're not going to go to heaven. That's basically what he's telling them. Then said the Jews, will he kill himself? Because he saith, whither I go, ye cannot come. Are they like, is he going to commit suicide? I'm not dying. They're like, I'm not going to die. Is he just going to go kill himself? Then we can't follow him? You know, that's a pretty common answer or question or statement. Okay, they didn't know what Jesus was completely talking about at this time. Obviously, we do. In verse 23, this is where we see our next ignorance after verse 22. And he said unto them, ye are from beneath, I am from above. Ye are of this world, I am not of this world. Okay, basically say, hey, you guys are here on earth. Obviously, Jesus was as well at that time. Hey, you guys are from beneath, the earth, the ground. Okay, I am from above. Talking about where? Heaven. He was sent by God from heaven. Okay, and because of this, we see the Pharisees' ignorance of his deity. Okay, this is just to show you guys kind of where he would have been. Again, he was in the temple. We know that at the beginning of chapter 8. Okay, he said he went back to the temple. He's talking to these people. At this time, we just heard that he was in like the treasury area. Okay, in verse 20, we saw that. Okay, he was in the treasury and he taught in the temple. Okay, this would have been kind of like this little corner in the temple. Okay, this is where we're going to see our next ignorance happen. Okay, we see the ignorance of his destiny. Okay, we saw it in verse 22. When Christ said he was going away and they could not follow him in verse 21, the Pharisees asked, will he kill himself? The phrase, I go my way, actually means I withdraw myself. Okay, so Jesus is saying, hey, I'm going to go my way. Okay, he's talking about, I'm going to leave this earth. I'm going to go. Okay, talking about his ascension back into heaven after he's resurrected from the grave. Hey, I'm going to go my way and you cannot follow me. Okay, obviously the Pharisees thinking he's going to like commit suicide, so then they can't follow him to death. Okay, but the Jews were saying essentially the only place he could go that we couldn't get to him is hell. Okay, by killing himself, and we certainly won't go to hell. Again, they thought, man, by my actions, because I know everything, I'm not going to hell. They've heard of heaven and hell. They're like, I'm not going to hell. There's no way. Okay, but we see Jesus, obviously not going to go there. Okay, telling them that they were going to go beneath. Okay, this showed their self-righteous attitude towards Christ. Okay, we can compare this to the text in chapter 7 and verse 33 and 36. You guys don't have to turn to it. I'm just going to read it quickly. Okay, back in chapter 7, verse 33, it says this, then said Jesus unto them, yet a little while I am with you. And then I go unto him that sent me. Ye shall seek me and shall not find me. And where I am, thither ye cannot come. Okay, talking about, again, what? His ascension up into heaven. Okay, telling the Jews, he told them already before, you guys aren't going to go where I'm going. I'm going to go to heaven. You guys aren't going there right now. You're not going to go there. Because what? They didn't believe in Christ. They didn't believe he was the Son of God. Okay, the Pharisees willingly refused to believe that he was the Messiah. Therefore, because of this decision of them, okay, all of his statements about going somewhere made no sense to them. Every time Jesus said, hey, I'm going to go somewhere, okay, where you guys cannot go, they just thought crazy things like he's going to kill himself. And then he's going to go to hell because he killed himself. Okay, they're just making up these things. So it is today, though. See, we see the ignorance of these Jews and Pharisees in this passage and story. But the thing is, these are things that happen today. People show ignorance to his truthfulness. They show ignorance of his deity and his fathership. Okay, we see the ignorance to his destiny. When man refuses the truth, all truth becomes nonsense to them. When someone hears something, it's like, man, that's not true. It becomes nonsense. Right? When I think something's the best, okay, and Emma's like, no, that's the worst. Like, wait, no, what do you like that I don't like? I can't remember. I don't know. I don't like a lot of things. Okay, whatever. Okay, someone said they liked like a restaurant, fast food, and I was like, no, that's disgusting.
Oh, Arby's?
No, I like Arby's. Mrs. Coral doesn't like Arby's, though. So Arby's would be nonsense to Mrs. Coral. Okay, I like Arby's. So does Emma. Okay, but we see those things. Okay, it becomes nonsense when people don't believe in the truth. Because of this, we see he ends up concluding that there is no absolute truth. A man that doesn't believe in it. If he thinks all truth is nonsense or some truth is nonsense, there is no truth to him. There's no absolute truth, and we have people like that today. People that say, hey, the Bible can't be true. It's nonsense. If the Bible isn't true, then what is their ground of, hey, this is absolute truth, right? That's why people today, they make up their own beliefs. That's why we have atheists and we have humanism today. People believe, oh, I'm just my own God. I do my own thing. Because they have blinded themselves from an absolute truth. That is why the world thinks that Christians are stupid and ignorant. However, the unsaved are the ones who are ignorant. And blind to their ignorance, they are, and we see in 2 Peter 3:5, I'll turn to it in a second, the Bible says willingly ignorant. In 2 Peter chapter 2 or chapter 3 and verse 5, it says this. It says, for this they willingly are ignorant of, that by the word of God the heavens were of old, and the earth standing out of the water and in the water, whereby the world that then was, being overflowed with water, perished. Okay, obviously talking about the flood. But he says, hey, the world, and we can go back to the flood of the time of Noah. It says everyone was willingly ignorant. They were all wicked, except one, Noah at that time. Okay, we see that today in our world as well. People are blind to the truth because they don't want to believe in something. People don't want to believe in a God because if they believe in a God in the Bible and in absolute truth, if something is absolute truth, you have to obey it. It has to be true. So they deny that there's an absolute truth. They say, hey, if there's no absolute truth, then like if someone says something, I can do it if I want to, but I don't have to because it's not absolute truth. You know, it might be a truth to them, but it's not truth for all. Does that make sense? So they take away from the deity of Christ. Okay, and the last one we're going to talk about today, we're going to see the ignorance of his identity. Okay, we're going to see this in verse 25, John chapter 8 and verse 25. Okay, it says, then said they unto him, who art thou? Okay, now they're questioning again, talking about his identity. They're asking, who are you? Who are you to say these things? Again, denying his deity and all these different things as well. Okay, his response. They say, who art thou? And Jesus saith unto them, even the same that I said unto you from the beginning. He's like, I am who I've been telling you I am this whole time. How many times do I have to say it? I am the light of the world. I am the bread of life. Okay, I'm the living water. I am the Son of God. I am all these things I have said up to this point. Verse 26, I have many things to say and to judge of you, but he that sent me is true. And I speak to the world those things which I have heard of him. He's like, hey, there's so many things I could judge you for, but I'm not here to do that. I'm here to reach the world. Okay, but in this, and in verse 25, we see by the statement, who art thou? Their ignorance of his identity. The Pharisees asked him, who art thou? They must have asked the question 100 times before, right? We've seen this already in John chapter 6, John chapter 7. We see it again in John chapter 8. Jesus keep on saying all these different things. Hey, I'm this. I'm here to reach you. I'm here to save you. Okay, you believe on me, and then you'll know all things. And they're just like, no. Okay, you're a fake. You're a fraud. You're a liar. You're a deceiver. Okay, we've seen this so many times. This time, however, Jesus didn't even bother to really answer them. Okay, they asked, who art thou? And what did he say? Summarizing. He said, I am who I've told you I am 100 times. He's not going to go into it anymore. He's like, you guys are just not believing. You're not understanding. Okay, he told them before and nothing had changed. So he just told them, hey, I am who I've told you hundreds of times. Why should he answer them? They had already proven that they were not going to believe in him. They had an ignorance of his identity, of who he was. That's like Emma coming to us and saying, hey, I work at Wetzel Pretzel, and I do this, and I do this, and I do this. She's like, and I'm a kind person, and I like playing Call of Duty mobile, and I like doing all these things, right? She's telling us who she is.
Don't forget Fortnite. She's a
Oh, and Fortnite. I don't know. Okay, she's telling us who she is, and then we're like, no, you're not Noah. Or Noah, sorry. No, you're not Emma. I was just looking at Noah, sorry. No, you're not Emma. That's not who you are. Then the next day she's like, guys, I am this. I'm kind most of the time. I like Wetzel Pretzel because I work there. I like Call of Duty Mobile. I like these different things. I like Hot Cheetos and Mountain Dew. And we're like, no, you don't, Emma. That's not you. You're not that person. And then again, she tells us that. And again, and again. And we're like, no, Emma, we know who you are. You're not that person. Okay, I know this is kind of a funny analogy. I know. It's kind of a funny analogy. Okay, but that's what Jesus did. He literally told them who he was and what his purpose was. But like we kind of laughed, they laughed, and they mocked. Because it would be hard to believe, right? If we saw just a person, even though he did miracles, okay, they're like, no way he can be the Messiah. The Messiah is supposed to be this and this and this. The thing is, if they would have just sat down, made their checklist of, hey, this is who the Messiah is, just talk to Jesus without criticizing and trying to arrest him, they would have realized, man, this is the guy we've read about. This is him. He checks all of our boxes, what the Bible and the Scripture tells us. Man, we should believe in him and follow him. How much of the lives of these Jews, the Pharisees, could have changed? How much of them could have been reached, just like Nicodemus? He was part of this type of group, the Sanhedrin. He knew all the Scriptures. And what did he do? He went at night and talked to Jesus and realized, man, this is the Messiah. This is the one that's going to save us. Okay, and we see that. Okay, we see those different things of ignorance through the Pharisees. Tomorrow we're going to talk about the last. There's like 4 more ignorance. We're going to talk about those tomorrow, leading on and further in the passage of John chapter 8. We're going to talk about that tomorrow. So that is it for today. There is no homework. It is Wednesday, so there is no homework. Be ready. We will have our verse quiz tomorrow. Be ready for that. Okay, John chapter 8 and verses 12. And the other one, what is 32? Okay, John chapter 8, verse 12 and 32. Make sure you're ready for that. It'll probably be fill in the blank. Again, no homework. Make sure you're working on that booklet. That I'll probably do Friday. I'll give you guys an extra day on that. If you haven't finished it, you can show it to me tomorrow if it's done. But that is it for today. Let me know if you have any questions. We will see you next hour. All right, welcome back, Distant Learners. Hopefully you're doing well. Okay, we're going to start our lesson. Okay, this week we have been talking about, obviously, economics, markets, what we've been talking about. But what's kind of the topic? Competition. Okay, today we're going to talk about some unhealthy types of competition, some good things that competition helps with. Again, a lot of this, probably these notes today are very common sense. This is competition in business, competition in anything. Okay, it helps in some things, it hurts in some areas. Okay, but we're going to be talking about those today. Yes, make sure your homework is turned in now at this time. This one. This one.
Stop! I forgot about it.
What is that, the wrong one?
Wait, how do you forget about your holding?
Wait, what is that for? Did I send that to you?
I think you already sent that one to me. I mean, I'll check when I grade it, but this is the, I think, 6.2 questions 1 and 2, page like 92. Because I remember there's a lot of twos. It's like page 92, 6.2, questions 1 through 2. All right, like I said, today we're going to be talking about, starting off, some unhealthy forms of competition. What do you think some unhealthy forms? So like, what happens because of competition that would be considered like unhealthy?
Violence.
Obviously, for business or anything though. Like if you're on a sports team or something, competition is good, but what are some bad results or something within competition?
Losing the competition.
Selfish. Violence.
Selfish.
The person is cheating, like so obsessed with the competition, they don't think about anything else.
Okay, so what would you say? So if they get so obsessed, they probably end up becoming what?
Like too
Too much.
much.
You're going through. I would say that's ending up towards violent. They become violent. Okay, we have selfishness, violent, and Emma did say the other one as well is deception. Shh, no more candy, dude. No more candy. She took it for sure.
Emma, give me my candy.
Okay, first of all, I did not take the candy. I didn't even walk all the way over there.
All right, but we're going to be talking about these unhealthy forms of competition. You'll find the candy later on.
Just assume it's Emma.
Don't we all? No, I'm just kidding.
No, because she just keeps taking stuff from me.
What are you talking about?
I mean, you
Literally sometimes
you
I go
instigate.
online, my phone goes missing.
you instigate. You
No, I don't
instigate.
instigate?
You instigate.
No, I'm just a pickpocket. She's always unless you're looking at pickpocket.
All right,
So much
shh.
stuff from my sister. You don't understand.
No more, no more, no more. Shh. Put the little coloring book away. Sorry. All right, unhealthy forms of competition. Yes, we have selfishness. Okay, competition can become very good until people become selfish. It's like, man, I'm going to win everything so I can have everything. Okay, and because of selfishness, okay, sometimes competition, like Michelle said, become too much or violent. People can become violent in competition, whether a company or a business. Hey, you stole my project that I was going to do. Hey, you stole my idea. Okay, it can become a violent atmosphere. Okay, and obviously deception can be a part of it. Okay, if you become so competitive, you're going to do whatever you have to do, whether lie, cheat, steal, to get your thing or whatever we're talking about, obviously economy, get it done. You could become deceptive with that.
Funny enough, that's how the modern phone system got invented. There are two undertakers in this one town, and one of the undertaker's wives was the operator. And so whenever they'd call up the other guy's business, she'd redirect him to his, like her husband's. And so the other undertaker got so mad he invented the automatic phone like transfer line thing and took his wife out of the job.
Yep.
Wow.
There you go. Okay, but there's kind of an idealism, okay, behind this. It's called the Hesiod on competition. Okay, some good things and bad things within competition. Okay, good things that competition brings, pretty common sense. It leads to hard work and production of good things, obviously within an economy or business, but in anything, sports, working out, a job, anything you do, hard work reaps production. Okay, if someone works out or plays a sport, if they work hard and they put time into it, they're going to get stronger, they're going to get faster, they're going to get better at that sport. Okay, but if you don't put in a lot of actual effort and hard work, okay, putting in work and hard work are different. Okay, putting in work, you might learn, but you're not going to get better. Okay, it's like in the point of working out, you don't get stronger unless you push yourself to something you can't do. Okay, in a sport, you don't get better, you don't get faster or better at a sport if you don't push yourself past the point you're already at. Okay, if at a subject, you're not going to get smarter at something if you don't really push yourself in that subject. You're not going to become a better reader if you never read. Okay, that's what hard work can reap, and we know that. Okay, hard work also was put into human nature by God. Okay, because of our sin nature and everything in the beginning, God said for you to live on this earth, it's going to be hard work to Adam and Eve. Okay, now you're going to actually have to till the ground. It's not just going to be easy for you. You're going to have to do all these things. Okay, women, they have to give birth now. Okay, in that sense, and it's painful. Okay, in those things, obviously I wouldn't know how painful. Have you guys ever seen there's the little electrical things where they're like, hey, you can feel how it feels to be pregnant? I kind of want to do one of those one day.
I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm so curious. I am super curious. But yeah, okay, God put hard work into our nature because of that. Okay, life is hard. Okay, bad things of competition. Now, competition is good for a lot of things, but it can become bad, as we've talked about. Okay, like I already said, it leads to deception. It can lead to quarrels. Okay, again, if me and Christian are trying to get the same thing, okay, we can compete together and everything work out fine. But let's say we just get super aggressive, and then one of us wins, and then there's always a sore loser. There always is. Someone always gets mad. Like if I'm out there watching lunch, and the 7th through 9th graders are playing basketball during their lunchtime, okay, this is what I hear the whole time. That was a foul. You hit me. You cheated. That was a travel. They whine and complain till recess or lunch is done. Okay, but that's how competition in a work environment can be. People can become very aggressive. Quarrels can happen, and even wars per se, obviously through that. Okay, with this, not all individuals or communities are equally competitive. Right? In our country or different countries, all the whole world are not the same type of competitive. There's different types of governments, different types of economic systems. Some abstain from competition in an effort to achieve more tranquil lifestyle. Again, competition can be very good. It can help a business grow and produce more and be efficient. But as much as it can help, it can hurt. Some countries say, hey, it's not going to really help us. We don't want to have those possibility of problems. So we just want to have a normal, again, the word tranquil, peace, okay, tranquility. We don't really want competition because it's going to hurt us. Okay, and we see that throughout our world. Okay, we see that throughout different jobs in our communities. Okay, if there were no competition though, let's say we take competition out of the whole picture, there's no competition in anything, no markets would exist for the exchange of goods. If no one competed, then there would be no market. Now that could be a good thing or a bad thing. Let's say there was no competition. Everyone's like, hey, we're just going to give everything away for free. Well, obviously, there's going to become competition out of that because then everyone's going to fight over what's free. Okay, or let's say there's no competition. Everyone's like, we're just going to charge whatever money we want. And it's all going to be super expensive. And everyone charges the same price. So let's say a gallon of milk is $10 now everywhere. Everywhere you go, it's $10. No different cents, not half off, $10. Yes, people have tried to do those with things. That's why it's saying when there is no competition, when there's a lack of it, okay, markets wouldn't exist, and if they do, they're not going to work. Okay, we see this kind of happen in a Bible verse that kind of goes along with this. Why? Okay, Proverbs 22:20. Okay, seest thou a man diligent in his business? He shall stand before kings, and he shall not stand before mean men. Okay, again, saying, hey, don't you see the diligence in business? How it's supposed to work? He shall stand before kings. He shall not stand before mean men. Okay, that's how it's supposed to work. The Bible shows us that. Okay, which brings us to this term, industries. Okay, these are groups of firms or organizations that produce similar products or provide similar services. Okay, because of this, because of industries, we have competition. Okay, they produce large amounts of different things. Okay, they give it to other people and companies. Let's say, I don't know, give me a random brand. We're talking about orange juice yesterday. Let's say Tropicana orange juice. Okay, obviously Tropicana orange juice does not just sell their products to Walmart. Okay, they sell it to gas stations and they sell it to they don't have this out here, Meijer or Target or whatever. They sell it to different companies, right? Okay, now does every company sell that Tropicana orange juice for the same price? No. Okay, but Tropicana gives it out to everyone. They would be considered an industry. Okay, and we have industries throughout our market and our different types of economies and different things. Okay, within these industries, we have what is known as a market model. Okay, what do you think a market model is? It's self-explanatory with the name. It's a model of a market. Okay, we have 4 types. Okay, with industries and with the economy that use competition. Okay, we have 4 types of market models. The first is, and we're going to explain them one by one here in a second, but first we're just going to list them all. Okay, we have a perfect competition. Okay, this is going to be the purest form of competition. Obviously, this is competition that really works. Okay, the company will work. People aren't having quarrels. They're not fighting. They're not being deceptive. Okay, they're not being selfish. Everyone's working together and working hard. Okay, you have monopolies. You have monopolistic competition, which are a little bit different than monopolies. And I might say it wrong, I'm sorry. I can't remember how to say it. I looked it up in the book. It's like oligopolies, or no, that's not how you say it. I can't say it now. I had to look it up. Oligopolies, I don't know. Oligopolies, I'm not sure. I can't remember. I'll have to look it up again. I looked it up last night because I was reading. I was like, man, I've never heard that word before.
The second half
It was a new one.
like monopolies, right? So it's
Yeah.
kinda like
Oligopolies. Oligopolies, that's what I thought.
oligopolies.
Yeah,
Maybe oligopolies.
maybe. Actually, that sounds right. Oligopolies. I'm going to go with that for now. I'm going to look it up again. I can't remember. Okay, but again, we're going to talk about all these. We have perfect competition being the purest form of competition. Okay, we're going to talk about some characteristics that are necessary for a perfect competition. Okay, what do we need for a perfect competition in an economy? What do you guys think? What are some things that we would need? Okay, yeah, more than 2, but yeah, a large number of different companies that sell. Yeah, at least 2, you're right. Okay, you'd also need a large number of independent buyers. Okay, so Noah's right. You need lots of different sellers. Okay, at least 2. If you have lots of sellers, you would also need lots of buyers. The sellers will not profit if there are no buyers. Okay, so for perfect competition, you need lots of sellers. A lot of people that sell a lot of different things. Okay, you need lots of buyers. A lot of people that want different things. And lastly, you need the industry must be one in which all firms or industries or companies or groups produce a standardized product. Okay, with these firms and everything, these producers, these sellers, these buyers, okay, with all of this, okay, for a perfect competition to work, you also must have a free access to the market. All these different firms and organizations must have access to the market. Okay, let's say we had like a socialistic type of government and they didn't have access. Okay, let's say, hey, we have all these buyers and sellers, but now they're restricted a lot. Could we have perfect competition? No, because they're being restricted to a certain standard. Whatever, if it's like a controlling government to a certain standard, so they don't have the freedom of doing that. Okay, firms must have free access to a market. Okay, you also need a relevant market information must be made available to all firms and buyers. Okay, so the information that everyone would need, so you understand what you need to do, what you're able to do, what you can't do. Okay, that information would need to be given to all the different types of firms with this. Okay, we've heard a term in these different characteristics that we haven't talked about yet a little bit. Okay, and it would be like a firm. Okay, a firm works with this term. Okay, they kind of work with this term. Or have control, I should say, over this term. No. Yes, that is what firm means, but this is more of like a subjective type of firm. Okay, this is kind of like the firm is kind of what does, like it's what makes the prices, it's the people that kind of do that. What? Not quite there yet. Unless you said this, I couldn't really hear. Okay, but we have a price taker. Is that what you said? Oh, I'm sorry. It's hard to hear sometimes. Okay, price taker. A price taker, again, he has no real control over the price it receives for its product. Okay, but the firm takes whatever price it can get. Okay, so like if you have an item, okay, they don't really like, if I made, I don't know, tablecloths, or I bought tablecloths, I can't just say, well, I want to charge whatever I want. Okay, you would have to have a price taker. You have to go and research, hey, they're charging this much, I can try to charge this much to try to have business. The firm takes whatever price it can get. Whatever the price that is given, the price taker, that's what the firm does. I mean, random, but no, that's why I said random, but not completely wrong.
My brother was at the store to get ammo. The truck just pulled in and they restocked. He bought his bullets, and in 5 minutes later, it was sold out.
This is so random.
But it's actually
Did you know? I mean, that's like in our country today, we have a shortage of coins. Did you guys know that? Because you go and try to use cash, and they say, hey, we only take exact change because they don't have change. Not everywhere, but a lot of places are doing that. All right, a few more things with the perfect competitive market. In a perfectly competitive market, the only way a firm can make additional money is to increase its total production or decrease its cost of doing business. Consumers decide if they want to buy at the prevailing price and how much they want to buy at that price. If the price is too high, the buyers drop out of the market. Okay, so what do we need for a perfectly competitive market? Okay, you need, yes, you do need a market. Okay, but you need the right prices. You need the right people making those prices. You need the right price taker. Because if you're a price taker and you see, hey, we're going to charge this much, and then no one's buying it, you are going to have to realize, again, pretty common sense, okay, no one's buying it for this, so we need to kind of see what we can do to change this. Okay, probably just maybe one more note for today. Talking about a little bit with an open market. How it can work perfectly with being competitive. Or what happens when it's not perfectly competitive. Just letting everyone finish. Good? All right, just making sure. I know, it was a little bit longer one. Okay, in an open market. Again, probably our last term, and then we're going to be talking about something different tomorrow. Okay, our term tomorrow is a game that you actually said today. Okay, in an open market, nobody interferes in any way with the freedom of sellers and buyers to bargain among themselves, right? That's the whole process of a market. The buyers and sellers, they have the freedom of kind of doing what they want to do, what people want. This freedom results in the lowest prices and highest quality possible. It turns out the highest quality of goods for the price people are willing to pay. So that job of a market, okay, of this open free market when they're not restricted, and with a firm and price taker, for it to perfectly work for buyers and sellers, okay, as a seller, you're going to try to charge as much as you can, but where people still really want to buy your item. Okay, that's like, it doesn't completely work, certainly when COVID hit. But let's say toilet paper, right? Okay, toilet paper. Before COVID, people would go, and they're like, man, I want soft, right? You want the soft toilet paper, but you don't want to pay an arm and a leg for it. So you don't always get like the nicest one, but you don't want the one ply. You don't want that. It's like sandpaper. You don't want that. And you're like, it just rips. So you don't want that, but you don't want the one that's cost an arm and a leg, so you're trying to find that good medium. Like Charmin, Charmin soft. Okay, you try to find the one that's the best quality, but for the best price. Okay, we see that. If it was too much, people don't buy. If it's too little, maybe people buy still, who knows. Okay, but it's not as good quality. Okay, we can see that, and we're going to talk about a term, how people can control this. Okay, and that's going to be obviously monopoly, how people control the rising of selling and buying tomorrow. Okay, this is it for today. There is no homework today, as it is Wednesday. Okay, no, we're not playing Monopoly tomorrow, but we are going to talk about it.
Tomorrow?
What?
The other one. The one that's not Monopoly that like has like
No.
Monopoly in it.
No. What's up?
You said you didn't share the viewership.
I forgot, but I can. Yes, I can. Let's just do it Friday. I'm going to do it Friday. I'm going to do that Friday. I was going to show commercials yesterday. We didn't have time yesterday. To be honest, I forgot today. I'm just going to plan it for Friday, the lesson plans. Because we're probably going to have a quiz on Friday. So we'll have our quiz, and then we can watch some commercials. Because we're talking about with competition, obviously advertisement's a big part of it. Okay, again, no homework. Distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. It's good to see all of you guys in class, except Christian. Obviously not you. Christian Halsey. Good to see everyone else in class. Again, tomorrow we will be here talking about Monopoly. Be ready for a possible quiz on Friday. That will come up. We'll review probably tomorrow for that. So just be ready for that. If you have any questions, message me. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, welcome to chemistry. Let's go ahead and get started. We are on page 197 of your text. Page 197 of your text. You're going to want to go there because of the diagrams. Again, page 197 of your text. We will end up just looking at the textbook at some point as well. But I'm going to finish the notes first and then talk about some of the extra stuff that I promised yesterday. Hey Siri, remind me at 10:40 to discuss the test. Cool. All right, because I will forget to check the clock. All right, so let's go ahead and start talking about silicones. Now, the element is silicon. Silicones are compounds of silicon. There is a difference. It is incorrect to call a computer chip silicone, just as much as it's incorrect to call something that's made out of silicone silicon. All right? Pronunciation matters. All right? And so whether or not there's an E. Yes? Okay. I'm sure. By replacing two of the oxygen atoms in the SiO4 tetrahedron with OH, or hydrocarbon groups containing hydrogen and carbon, in a big shock to everyone, such as CH3, C6H5, and C2H5, polymers known as silicones can be formed. Oh, it's this one. I was wondering how long that was going to take. All right. Silicones have the general formula R2SiON, where R represents either an OH group or a hydrocarbon group. Silicones have properties silicones have properties associated with the silicon-oxygen bonds, resistant to chemical attack and decomposition by heat, which makes them very useful for things like, I don't know, kitchen hot pads. Okay, you've probably seen those silicone ones. They're the ones that are really rubbery. Okay, it'd be really bad if that melted in your hand. So yeah, it's really good that these things have these chemicals, or have these properties, as well as some properties associated with hydrocarbons. We'll actually discuss these further in chapter 18 when we talk about organic chemistry. So after nuclear chemistry, which will not be next week, but the following week. That's when I get to go through all my sidebars and get out my whole binder based on one chapter. All right, so yep, I pushed through the rest of the book to get to chapter 17. I'm not going to lie. It's more fun. All right, so moving on. Although boron is a relatively rare element with some large deposits, although it's a rare element, some large deposits of boron oxides are found in the United States and Asia. One of the most common boron compounds is the mineral borax, which is this chemical equation. Formula. There's no yield sign. Like carbon, boron can form a wide variety of covalent compounds. Many compounds of boron and nitrogen are similar to carbon compounds. Yes? Because that's how it forms the crystal. Because it does. Because we counted. I didn't, but they did. I don't know what else you want me to tell you. It's in there. All right, moving on. This can form a variety of covalent compounds, much like carbon. So you'll notice on the left there, we have in the gray, it'll be ethene and benzene, and then below you see graphite and diamond. You'll notice that boron actually creates very similar structures with what we call, oh goodness, I gotta look at this, ammonia borane and borazine, and then forms of boron nitride also form those three-dimensional networks. So the chief use of boron is in the manufacture of borosilicate glass. It's also used in laundry detergents, as fire retardants, as insecticides, and in fertilizers. Boron nitride ceramics are some of the hardest materials known. They have almost identical properties to diamond, which you saw that they had a very similar molecular structure, so makes sense. They are used as abrasives in industrial grinding equipment and in cutting tools. Boron is also a neutron absorber in nuclear reactors, which we'll talk about next chapter, and as a component of high temperature alloys and ceramics used in the aerospace industry, because again, we need really, really strong stuff that doesn't melt easily. All right, so that's the idea there. And that is the end of the notes. However, I did promise you guys a couple discussions. Okay, first of all, Go back in your book to page 196, textbook. Yeah, I know, we're actually using the textbook. What? I know, right? Mostly because right. Anyway. Yeah, that will not prepare you for college, is using the textbook. Okay, I'm just kidding. But seriously, the number of times that, like, I bought an expensive textbook and then used one page out of it was ridiculous. Like, just use it. Put a quote on the slide if that's all you're going to do. Nice. All right. All right, we're on page 196. And let's go ahead and discuss asbestos. Asbestos is an infamous chemical, and partly deserved, to be clear, but also partly greatly over-exaggerated, as you guys have probably figured out happens with chemistry a lot, okay, by now, especially chapter 17. We're going to talk about why. Okay, moving on. Anyway, so this is one of the most controversial kinds of silicates. This is actually a natural polysilicate mineral formed by heat and pressure within the Earth's crust. Asbestos is noted for its strength and its fireproof and insulating properties. The fibers in asbestos are a result of their strong silicon-oxygen bonds. Asbestos is actually a broad term that refers to several different minerals, and therein lies the problem. Okay? It's actually a generic term, and so now whenever people hear asbestos, they lump them all in the same category. Okay? And so that's really what led to a lot of the issues. The most commonly used form of asbestos is chrysotile, also called white asbestos, a fibrous form of rock called serpentine. The silicate polyanions and oh goodness, that word, I can only pronounce it right once, are only arranged in polysilicate sheets that roll up to form tiny hollow fibers. These fibers are prized for their strength and their ability to withstand extremely high temperatures without decomposing. For this reason, they have long been used in brake shoes and pads, clutches, high-temperature insulation, fireproofing materials, and special cements. The term asbestos is also used to refer to fibrous forms of the mineral amphibole, also known as hornblende. Unlike the other one, this consists of complex polysilicate chains instead of tightly rolled sheets. One of these is called crocidolite, or blue asbestos, was widely used during World War II as fire-resistant insulation in warships. Another one of these, or brown asbestos, has also been occasionally used in fire-resistant insulation. Unfortunately, and herein lies the problem that people didn't quite realize what was going on, when asbestos products are sawn, torn, or abraded, tiny fibers can be torn loose that become airborne as dust. By the 1930s, it became clear that excessive exposure to certain types of asbestos dust, mainly amphibole types, can cause serious lung diseases such as lung cancer and mesothelioma. The most serious danger comes from the blue one. I'm sorry, I'm struggling with these. Many of the shipyard workers who worked with those later contracted serious lung diseases in the 40s and 50s. As a result, this was completely phased out, and by the 1980s, over 95% of all asbestos products in the U.S. contain the much safer chrysotile variety. Many other countries have followed suit. Now, again, the problem becomes in the naming. Okay, so everyone is familiar with asbestos being bad at this point, because the form that was being used was. So everyone went to the new one, but the problem is it still has the same name. All right? So despite the fact that this version is quite safe if used correctly, and there is the key. That's the problem, though. Like, a lot of people don't use things correctly and then get mad when it does harm. Moving on. Environmentalists in the 1980s began a concerted effort to ban all types of asbestos in the United States, much like some environmental groups are trying to ban all chlorine molecules or atoms, and it's like, bye, because you'll be gone too then. Like, what else you want? Intentionally obscuring the fact that there are different types of asbestos and that some are more dangerous than others. A flurry of lawsuits were filed, and finally the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency responded by moving to ban all forms of asbestos in 1989, ironically leading to a number of deaths from inferior replacements. This actually has caused more harm than good. It's actually provable with data. For example, asbestos, especially any kind of asbestos, as long as you leave it alone, it's fine. If you don't touch it, it's fine. But then companies found out they had asbestos in their walls, so they hired removal companies. Well, now you're disturbing it. Good job. Now you just created a whole bunch of asbestos dust, and now everyone's got to deal with it. Okay? Like, if you just had left it sealed, it was fine. Okay? The damage was done already. Like, you just leave it and don't create any more. Because it's only the dust that was a problem anyway. Anyway, this ban was overturned in 1991, allowing chrysotile asbestos to once again be used in important applications. I don't know about its current status. This book is a few years old. But I will say that this happens a lot in chemistry, where one chemical name gets a bad rap, and anything that even resembles that name gets all the scaremongering and legislation going. Okay. One of the ones that I always like to point out is the concern over mercury in vaccines. Okay. There has never, ever been within the last century, there has never been elemental mercury in vaccines. Okay, I don't want to say anything before that because who knows. There has never been elemental mercury in vaccines. The one that often gets pointed out is the chemical, I want to say it's Thermosil. I think that's the right chemical name. Please forgive me if that's incorrect. Which contained an atom of mercury in its long chain of molecules. Okay, and as I've discussed before, second you combine something chemically, it ceases to be itself. Okay? Sodium chloride. Okay? Chlorine will kill you. Sodium will explode when reacting with water. Put them together, it's table salt. Hydrogen, extremely flammable. See the Hindenburg. Oxygen, necessary for combustion. Put them together, we use it to put out fire. Like, okay? Chemical properties change, but the problem is when people don't understand basic chemistry, this is what happens. Okay? So this is what happened here with asbestos. Still not something that you would want to put into a new house. Let me put it that way. But it's something where if it's there and you're not tearing down the wall, leave it. Okay? As long as you can legally do so. That's the problem. If you can't legally leave it, or if it does have to be disturbed, then you do need to hire a special crew with special equipment, with special ventilation to avoid it from being a danger to anyone. Okay? But I introduced this section talking about silicon and computer chips, and we're kind of whiplash back to that. Before I do want to discuss this now because I need to do it on stream and I don't want to have to come back on. All right? Your test. Let me pull up what I was going to say about it. All right. The upcoming science projects that I've just assigned, we're going to have essentially due Monday. And the science week, we're going to have some form of experiments. I'm still working out details on that. And I want time to be able to work on those things. I want you guys to have time for this in class. I don't want you guys having to do this all at home. Okay? In addition, actually, as a result of all that, the next possible date we could actually give the test, if I moved it, is Monday and Tuesday, the 26th and 27th of April. However, I taught and quizzed this main chapter this thing's over in quarter 3. I'm not interested in continuing this into the third week of quarter 4. Do you see where I'm going with this? I'm canceling the test completely. All right. So test 9 is canceled. Will not be made up. I purposely waited until after the content today to announce that, though, so that way y'all would actually pay attention, because, yep, that's a teacher thing. All right. So that's why I waited so long to announce that. I was thinking about it yesterday. I'm like, I can't announce that now, though, and I wanted to make sure that's what we wanted to do first. So, yeah, that's the main thing, is we are canceling test 9. Essentially, what we're going to do is we're going to use the next 2 days of class time to work on this project here. Monday, we're going to try launching them. That's going to be the idea, I think. And then Tuesday, what we'll do is we'll take whatever the best one was, we'll agree on it as a class, make it better for Friday. Okay, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we'll do some sort of labs. Okay? All right, makes sense? And then when we're done with that, I can jump right into nuclear chemistry, and we can have all kinds of fun.
Yeah, I love nukes.
Okay, to be clear, we won't be doing any practical nuclear chemistry. All right, not in class anyway. All right, so that being said, I just want to announce that before being done. Distance learners, we'll see you guys later. And, I'll try to put the links for the videos or video playlist I'm going to show right now in Google Classroom. But I'll see you guys later.
Well, howdy, guys. I'm your substitute teacher right now. Are you in this class?
Absolutely not.
Then
I will skip that, as you both said. I'm going to go play basketball first.
good job. Okay, we are 11.7, that's page 339, talking about stocks. Okay? How many of you have stocks? Do you know what a stock is? What is a stock? Okay. Yep, you are investing in something. Is stocks reliable? Okay, it all depends upon the company. Good. Now, let's see. Who do we have at home? What? Christian Halsey, right? Is that he the only one? Anybody else? Who? Jacob? Okay. Hi, guys. Glad to see you. At least. Maybe by name and all. Victoria, maybe she's, looks like she might be online today. Okay. Okay. Well, good. Good to see y'all. Buying stocks. Okay. I have not ventured into this at all in my life. Just because, one, I don't want to take a gamble with my money. But I'm not saying that to the negative point. Okay. There are a lot of people, and we're going to find out here in a little bit, that live with the stocks. I mean, they wake up, open the paper, or go online, and they live by the pluses and the minuses. Okay? If they have a plus, and we're going to talk about the pluses and minuses in a little bit, but if they have a plus, then they're having a good day. Obviously, a plus is what? To the positive. Okay? If they have a negative, it's not that good of a day, especially if it's a large negative. Now, we'll talk about those here in a minute. But first of all, you have two things that deal with stocks. You have what's called a bond holder. Okay, a bond holder would be like a person that buys a bond. Let's say our school sold bonds to raise money. Okay. And each bond was $100 each, okay? And so you would have a choice to buy however many bonds you want, okay, for $100 each, okay? That would mature, which means that they would come into their point of being able to be sold, okay? And let's say 20 years, okay? You would gain a percentage of that over the 20 years, and then you would sell them for X amount of money. Okay? They increase in value in that way. That's a bond holder. It's a guaranteed return on your investment. Okay? You can be guaranteed in 20 years if you're still alive that you can get some money from those bonds. Now, a stockholder is a little different. There is no guarantee, right? Okay? You may buy a stock, let's say you're going to buy a stock in our famous Walmart, okay? And you buy it for $10 a share. A share is what it's a certificate, and you have just bought $10 worth of Walmart. Okay, so on the stock market, it's going to go the price based upon the day, how much those stocks are worth each day. Today they may be $10. Tomorrow they may jump up to $20 a share. Wow, gained $20. All right. Third day, you may have lost 15%. So now you're 5% in the hole. See? Kind of like a football game, guys. You gain X amount of yards, you get tackled back as a loss, you lose those yards. Okay, so it works the same type of scenario. There is no guarantee because you've put your money on a bet, hoping that things will return profitable for you. Okay, a possible greater return is kind of the key there. Okay, no guarantee. Now, so you buy a stock in Walmart for $10 a piece, okay, as an example. And let's say you have that stock for 10 years, okay? And the stock market's been up and down, and all of a sudden, it just boomed, okay? The percentage went almost out of this world type thing. You said, okay, well, I'm just going to get out. I'm going to take my money and run. Okay? So you are able to sell that stock for the amount of price that it is at that certain day. Okay? If you don't want to deal with the ups and downs, you can sell it at any price you want to. That makes the stock a liquid asset. Okay? Because you can turn it over and you can use it when you want to use it, okay? It's basically like going to the bank. You have a checking account or a savings account, and you go to the bank and say, I would like to withdraw X amount of dollars. The bank gives you that money. That's liquid money that's going into your pocket. Yes, ma'am. You sell them back to the company. Then they resell them to somebody else. Yeah. So they are liquid because they can be, they're movable, basically. Now, here's a catch. And based upon what you want to do with your stocks, how many stocks you want to purchase, okay? They say to really get going into this, you need to have about 6 months of savings, monthly savings put aside, okay? Because of the fluctuation of the stocks. It's like going into business. You're going into business for yourself. You have a restaurant, and they say you need to have X amount of years of surplus in money, liquid money, basically, that if to carry you over the rough times, and maybe they may even say 5 years of, because in a restaurant or even some kind of building, especially restaurants, it takes about 5 years to start leveling off, okay? You're working hard, and then all of a sudden 5 years later, you're kind of there. And then the COVID kicks in, but you're there at the level, and that's about 5 years. So to get you up that hill, in the stocks, they say you need to have about 6 months of backup money to carry you through, because, and especially if this is where you want to live, if you want to live in the stocks, then you need to have a backup plan. And your backup plan is what you've saved, okay? Well, there's two types of stocks. One's called a common stock, and the other's called a preferred stock, okay? And I'm down on the third paragraph there if you kind of follow along. A common stock is where you purchase a stock or a piece of a company, and that allows you the right to vote on the company's governing board. Yes, ma'am. What's the stock look like? It's just it's a certificate that you would get, okay? So a piece of paper saying that you have X amount of stocks that you've purchased in this company, okay? And it becomes a virtual type of program. But you would get a piece of paper sent to you from the company saying you have purchased on X amount, on certain date, X amount of stocks in this company. And on that, they may have the amount of percentage, how much it's going, you can gain over a year or monthly or whatever on that. So, but it's just a proof that you have purchased it. So when you sell it back, you take that piece of paper and you hand it off to the company, and they take it and shred it probably, and then they resell it, okay, to whoever else wants that stock. But that's basically it. But then you start doing everything on the virtual side of the play, okay? Money gets transferred into your account directly. You don't even see the money. It goes this way. And so you probably don't want to put your stock into, I don't know if they told you this or not, you probably don't want to put your stock into your general checking account, because it may come out of there faster than you want it to be. So kind of create your own stock account, basically, so that you have control of what's going on in there, and it's not affecting the rest of your life. Okay? So a common stock, you get to vote in the company's board of executives. Okay? The number of stocks that you purchase gives you the amount of votes. So if you have one stock, you get one vote. Okay? If you have 10 stocks, you get 10 individual votes. Okay? For whoever you want in there. The other kind of stock is called a preferred stock. The difference here is that you don't get any voting rights. Okay? It's just preferred. But here's kind of the good thing to this. You'll get a dividend. Okay? A dividend is kind of like well, if I can say it this way, a monthly paycheck that you get from that company based upon your stock. Okay? A percentage of the company's profits you'll get periodically. However, they've set it up with their stocks. Okay? Any questions about all that so far? Okay, cool. Now, let's go down to the last paragraph there on 339. Okay? You have what's called the par value. Okay? Now, if you do golf, a par means what? Anybody? Par 3, par 4, par 2 means that it should take you, are you in this class? That's fine. Just curious, because I don't know. That's fine. Okay. So maybe Christian's not in this. I don't know. Is Christian Halsey in this class?
I think he is.
You think so? Okay. Christian. Okay. Where was I? Oh, par with golf. So you go to a hole and it says par 3. Anybody ever been miniature golfing? Okay. Each hole has a number on the post there, and it says that you should get the ball in the hole within 3 strokes or 5 strokes or 2 strokes or whatever. That's par. That means you are doing the average amount of strokes. Okay? That's par value too. Same thing, same scenario. It's the amount of that's printed on the stock certificate. Okay? And the price that the stock will be sold at the end when you're done. Par. Okay? So on your certificate, I bought it for $10, and in 10 years, it should say you will get this amount of money at par. Okay? So a little bit of an investment, maybe not much. Depends upon the company, depends upon maybe how much you put into it, you'll get back. There's always a percentage of increase, but the percentage is based upon how much you put in. Obviously, if you put $10 in and it's 10%, you get what? $1, right? 10% of 10 is 1. If you put $100 in and you get 10%, what do you get? 10. So you've gained a little bit more based upon how much you put in, okay? So if you're able to buy the stock for more price, you'll get more back when you, okay? Kind of works as a savings account scenario, okay? That's par value. Now you also have what's called the no par value. The no par value is a stock that has no printed value on it. So basically they're saying, hey, play the stock market. And whatever it is on that day, you want to sell it, that's what you get. And if you want to sell it on a good day, you'll get a good price. If you sell it on not such a good day, your price is going to be, okay? So that's a no price, no par value stock, okay? So par is evened out price, no par, no price. Now, there's also called the market price, okay? As the stock goes up and down, up and down, up and down. There may be certain times of the year that it's more up than down, okay? What gets it to go up and down is sometimes the selling of stock will bring it back down, okay? Just the growth of the company will get it up. If the company goes into a lull, it'll bring the stock, your price down, okay? So you got to kind of watch, and that's why people every morning look at the stocks to see how things were overnight, okay? The market price is what your stock that you purchased is worth at that moment, okay? What you sell it for. The current selling price quoted in dollars per share, okay? It may not be what you purchased it for. It may be less than what you purchased it for. You purchased it for $10 per share, and the market price for that company, for that share, may have gone down to $6 per share. So you have just lost $4 off of your share, okay? The amount. So it's a gamble. It's a gamble day by day. But some people look at it as a fun gamble, okay? And I just have never ventured into that gamble, my personal. And I'm not saying it's bad or good, okay? I'm not saying anything negative to it because some people make a lot of money off the stock market, okay? But some people get hit tremendously hard. So it's however you want to do it when you get old enough. So maybe you're doing it now. You got some stock, you said. It's up to you, and probably at this point up to you and your parents maybe. But you can try some things, okay? But that's the gist of it, okay? Now, look on page 340. You have this chart, okay? This is where all of it gets kind of fun. Okay? You have your highs, you have your low category-wise, you have the type of stock, the company. So let's just go down here. Based upon a 52-week, a year, okay, there's 52 weeks in a year, you have a high and a low, which refers to the highest and the lowest market prices, okay, of the year to date. Aetna, which is the top company there, had a high market price of 115.875. Okay, that's 7/8. Okay, and a low market price of 57,625, which is 57 and I can't read the small digits. 5/8. Okay. Now the prices are given in dollars and fractions of a dollar, but beginning back in 2000, they would only start doing in decimals. So this kind of tells you how maybe old this book is in print. Okay, but maybe they just wanted to put it in print so that you knew when the cutoff time of fractions and decimals came into existence. Okay, the stock is just the name of the company. Aetna is abbreviated for Aetna for Life Insurance Company. Okay, the dividend (DIV) refers to the amount of dividend paid per share. Okay, by the stock of the corporation. Aetna Life paid an annual dividend of 80 cents per year on their stocks. Then you have the yield percentage. That's the dividend as the percentage of the closing price. The yield percent is found by dividing the annual dividend per share by the closing price per share. The yield percent for Aetna was found by dividing 80 cents by 114. Okay? So they're just taking the raw numbers, not the fractions, not the cents, just the whole numbers. And that's what you do with your taxes too. The government doesn't want to know that you made $10,000.25. They don't care about the 25 cents. They just want to know that you putting down 20,000 whatever. Okay? So the stock is kind of doing the same thing. They're just taking the raw numbers, the whole numbers, and using those to some extent. But then, in other cases, they'll use the percentages too, or the fractions. Okay? So going over, next page, 341, you have the PE ratio. Okay? It's an abbreviation for price to earning ratio. It's a ratio of the closing market price to the corporation's annual earning per share. And you use that formula, PE equals closing market price, corporation's annual earnings per share. Okay? And when they talk about the closing price, they're talking about at 5 o'clock New York time. They ring the bell. Ding, 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 and markets close for the day. At 8 o'clock, I think it is, or maybe 9 o'clock North New York time, they ring the bell. Ding, 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 and it starts. And so for 6 to 8 hours, people are trading. And if you've ever watched online the stock market, you got, put it this way, you got to love the job to do it. You got to really love to sell stocks, trade stocks, and how they do it, I have no idea. But you've got to love it to do it, and they're just bouncing all over the floor, selling this, selling that, and then, but the closing market price is what it is at 5 o'clock New York time. Okay. Now, going on there, it says the New York or the stock market information does not list the corporation's annual earnings per share, but it can be found by using this above formula. So they won't put it out there, but you can find out what it is by that formula. Going on down. Sales per $100, per hundreds, refers to the number of shares given in hundreds that were traded, either bought or sold, that day. So Aetna had 3,218 or 321,800 because all you did was take the 3218 times the 100, and that gave you your 321,800 shares traded. Okay? The high refers to the highest point that it sold for. The low refers to the lowest price that it sold for. The close refers to the last market price of that day. And then you have the net change, refers to the difference between the day's closing price and the previous day's closing price. That's how they get their negatives and positives. So on today, if it sold for $10 and tomorrow it's sold for $12, you made a +2. Okay? Then tomorrow at $12, if it sold for $12, but then it went down to 8, you have a -4. Okay? So that's how they determine their positives and their negatives, the net change. Okay? You're always just subtracting it. Okay? Any questions about all that so far? Hopefully I'm kind of making sense of this to you. Let's just look at your example on 342. I thought maybe we could get to some of the exercises, but I don't know if we will. Okay. Okay, so look what they're doing here. The model problems. Number 1. It says find the cost of 150 shares of McDonald's at the lowest price of the day. Keep in mind, read your story, read your words. It says the lowest. So you would go to the chart on 340, and you would look at the low column. Okay? So they're taking 52.5, which is $52.50. Okay? That's the lowest price of the share. Okay? And on that, on McDonald's down there, you go down, it says 42.5. So it's 42.5. To find the cost of the 150 shares, all you're doing is taking the 52.50, multiplying it times the amount of shares, which is 150 shares, and that's how they came up with $7,875. Okay? Now again, the more you buy, the more your dividend's going to be. The more you're going to get out of it, the more you purchase. Okay? If you want to purchase low just for the fun of it, and you don't really care how things work out, have some fun with it then. Okay? But if you are wanting to seriously get some money, then you're probably going to need to invest more to get more back. Okay? I mean, that's just the way it goes. Okay? Any questions so far? Cool. Number 2. Now let's find the missing numbers or the information on the stock market report. If the corporation's annual earnings per share were $4.12 and yesterday's closing price was 53. Okay? So, based upon the 52 weeks, you got 54 3/4, the low 42 7/8, at home, I think is what it stands for. Dividend of 264. We're trying to find the yield, the PE, and the net change. Okay? So to find the yield, we're going to divide the annual dividend per share by the closing price. Okay? Per share. So find the answer to the nearest tenth. So what they did, they took the 264. Okay? Now, keep in mind that on the chart, they're not going to put your dollars and cents signs. But that's what you're dealing with is money because it's liquid assets. So the $2.64 divided by the high, okay, of 53.50, excuse me, not the high, the low over there on the last column, the far column. See the high, the low, the close columns? That's the low that we're dealing with. 53.50. Divide that, and you get your 4.9 yielded percent. So that's what you would put in the yield column as 4.9% or 4.9. They don't even put the percents there because It just gets complicated sometimes. Okay? Okay. Now, to find the PE column, you're going to use the ratio. PE ratio equals closing price divided by the corporation's annual earnings per share. So the closing price is $53.50, which we found on A, divided by the corporation's annual earnings of $412, and that is found where? Oh, up in the story, up in the word. I knew I'd seen it someplace. Find the missing information in the story problem if the corporation's annual earnings share were $4.12 per share. Okay? So you're going to divide the 5350 by 412, and that's going to give you a PE ratio of 13. So you would put 13 in the PE ratio column. Okay? So they're going to give you the information that you need to solve the problems. You just have to apply and put things into the appropriate spots. Okay? Now, net change. When you have a paycheck, all this ties together. All these words tie together all the time. Emma's got a job. She gets $25 an hour. Okay? So at the end of the day, she has 25 times 8 hours, right? So 25 times 8 is what? $200. Okay? Am I right on that? I just went off the top of my head. 25 times 8, 8 times 4 is 30. No, that's not right. 200? Okay. I said 25, didn't I not? Okay. So $200. Now, that's what her gross was, but her net is what she's going to take home after all the taxes. Okay? So you subtract her net or a gross minus all the taxes, and she comes home with $15. Basically, I mean, that's what it basically comes down to, type of scenario. So her net is the difference between the two. Okay? Same way here. Net change is the difference. So you take the 53 and a half, 53.50, minus your 53, and so you come up with a net gain of just a half. So in that column, you would put a plus 1/2. Okay? Now, as your book said, the fractions have been eliminated now. So they're dealing with decimals. So you would probably just put 53.5 in that column. You don't need the 0, because if you're thinking money, you're always going to bring on that 0 at the end. Okay? So does all that make sense a little bit? I kind of rushed through it, but does it all make kind of sense? Okay? I wish we could have had more time to go through this. He didn't put anything on there. All he said in the text was I could have you work on some of the exercises if we had time, but I kind of wondered if we would or wouldn't. And we only got about 2 minutes left anyway, so no sense of even starting. But okay, I hope that helps. I hope that helped you in some aspects. Just to give you a little bit of an idea, if you are interested in joining the stock exchange, buying stock in some company, you know, there may become a day that Grace starts selling some stock in her company, and I would jump on that faster than anything, because with Grace, you know, it's going to be nothing but positive. Okay. But that's the gist of it all. Okay, it's your choice what you want to do, how far you want to go, how well you want to do is based upon how much you purchase and when you sell it. Okay. Anyway, that's the stock in a nutshell. Okay? Okay, guys. Thanks for listening. Boy, you guys are so attentive. I appreciate it. You are dismissed. Huh? Yeah. Huh? Oh. I was gonna say, man, you two were just hammering out the notes. I was impressed over here. Good. But it doesn't say thank you.
All right, for those of you distant learning, thank you for waiting. We actually were watching some video clips that have nothing to do with the lesson, but everything to do with real life. So, moral of the story, kids, don't get LASIK eye surgery. Okay, but go ahead and take out your vocab. Let's do exercise A together. So go ahead and turn to Unit 10. On page number 82. I was going to say 70-something, but 82. Okay, go ahead and work on exercise A, and then we'll go over it together in class. Page 82 in your vocab books. Yes. My question is, who makes hospital rooms or like doctor's office rooms, like windows like that thin? Yeah, like they're like double paned or something like that. Yeah. What did she trip on?
Like the thing that they put in her eye.
Oh, right. Like her leg was like. I know.
I'm still kind of grossed out. When she landed onto the car, like you could see like blood from like the actual from like his MI and no, we're dissecting this whole
I just started laughing. Like I was grossed out of like the laser, and then I started laughing when she falls out of a window. Like, of course. Yeah. All right, who has number 1? The Blank Club met to discuss the upcoming high school debate. What was it? Forensic. Good. Forensic means pertaining to law courts or formal argumentation, applying the techniques of science to the solving of a crime or litigation. Basically a formal kind of thing to discuss the high school debate. Number 2, when the subject has no blank dignity, it must necessarily owe its attractions to artificial embellishments. Raise your hand who has this one. Michelle? Intrinsic. Number 3, his blank personality caused those around him to be more optimistic and cheerful. Okay, that one, yes. Okay, sanguine, of the color of blood, ready, cheerful, hopeful. If he was cheerful, then it caused those around him to be optimistic and cheerful. Who was number 4? The squares of light along the 15th story testified until midnight of their blank industry. Okay, this is pretty easy. Has midnight, at night. Good, okay, nocturnal. Even though his writing is blank, it is within the lines of his Christian ethic. Esther, do you have this one? Secular, good, okay. Christian ethic, something that you believe. You can obviously be someone who is a Christian as well as write secular things, but obviously, as Christians, the way that we differ from those who do write secular stuff is that we have the Bible and kind of our beliefs to be that filter for what we write. Number 6, Tony knew that she did not allow them to talk of blank affairs on these expeditions to and from church. To be honest, these sentences almost don't make any sense. I don't know why they have random stuff on here, but something that talk about maybe every day, maybe just idle talk. What do you think would go here? Yes, mundane. Number 7, hard work and ingenuity had won the young man a blank managerial position. Who has this one? Okay, good, lucrative. Okay, number 8, history has recorded numerous blank clashes between Catholics and Protestants in Northern Ireland. Esther, do you have this one? What is it? Volatile, okay, meaning changing unpredictably, tending to break out into violence, and we saw that a lot in history. Obviously, with Bloody Mary, she was the Catholic Queen of England that kind of tried to rule out Protestantism in her country. So that kind of turned violent. Number 9, blank people sometimes have a difficult time having faith in something they cannot see. So what's something here that would really go in something that they cannot see? What was it? Pragmatic, okay? They are concerned with facts or actual occurrences. They're practical, and sometimes they have a hard time in believing in God and believing that the Holy Spirit exists because it's something that they can't really see. Number 10, William Tyndale translated the Bible into English so that the gospel would no longer be, who has this one? Emma, do you have this one? Okay, who has this one? Esther? What was it? Esoteric, not revealed publicly, understood by only a particular group. Okay. Number 11, blank pigs are such a nuisance that anyone with any kind of hunting license is authorized to shoot them. Feral pigs. Sorry? I think you still do, though. Are you sure? Oh, for feral pigs? Yeah. Yeah. Number 12, although born in England, Robert became a blank for Canada even though his family and friends were against it. Class? Mercenary, and we always kind of associate those with people being paid in war and stuff like that. Good, okay? No homework for tonight. Our quiz over this list will be on Tuesday, so tomorrow your homework will be roots, your prefixes, and your suffixes twice if you haven't done that already. That's tomorrow, okay? So then quiz will be on Tuesday. Make sure you've turned in your vocabulary words, 7 through 12 twice. Make sure you're studying your poetic devices. That'll be from English Renaissance to Imagism. That's quizzes on Friday. For those of you with volleyball, I'm not sure if we'll be here on Friday, but I'll check the schedule just in case. But then that'll be on Friday. But go ahead and check out your your workbooks, okay, and your handbooks. Turn to section 26. Section 26. Huh? Pork lips? No, I haven't. Interesting. Oh man. All right, we can talk about it later. Okay, let's turn to page 102 in your workbook or your handbook. Page 46 in your workbook, talking about variety. And we're going to go through this quickly. And then we'll practice it a little bit more tomorrow as well with reviewing the sentence. But let's look at variety. Okay, 26.1. Vary the grammatical form of sentences. Basically, with variety, you don't want to have the same amount of sentences in the same style. So variety obviously changes things up. Look at 26.2. Vary the rhetorical form of sentences. Don't use all declarative sentences. Occasionally use imperative, interrogative, or exclamatory. Don't just say facts. Okay, sometimes ask questions. Maybe give a command or make an exclamatory statement. Okay. Vary the use of suspense, kind of what we learned in the last one. Use both loose and periodic. Remember, with loose, all the stuff are kind of at the beginning and then you give all the details at the end. With periodic, it kind of builds that suspense. You want to have the details at the beginning for the main point of the end of the sentence. Vary the length of sentences. You don't want all short, choppy sentences, but you don't want all long sentences with like 30 to 40 words in them. And then you kind of like miss the point of the whole sentence, right? So vary the length of sentences. Vary the beginnings of sentences, something that'll help us with switching things up. Letter A, begin the sentence with an adverb. Cautiously, the policeman edged toward the open door. Letter B, begin it with an adjective. Short and stocky, Paul was at a disadvantage in basketball games. Begin it with a participle. Remember, what are participles being used as, class? Adjectives. You guys don't remember. Remember, they end in dentiting. They end in the D, ED, but those are all phrases. So you can begin it with a participle. Howling and protesting. Jake was dragged into the dentist's office. Letter D, begin it with a prepositional phrase. In a certain date. In 1996, I was born. In Death Valley, summer temperatures reach 125 degrees Fahrenheit. Just something like that to kind of switch it up. Begin the sentences with a participial phrase. Okay, sauntering along the trail. Letter C and letter E kind of go hand in hand. You can begin it with just a participle or a phrase. Letter F, infinitive phrases. What are we looking for with infinitives? Class 2 plus a verb. And then letter G, begin the sentence with an adverb clause. Basically, just kind of beginning it, something that describes the verb. Look at your example. When Uncle Max returned from Germany, he showed many interesting pictures. And we know adverbs, they describe other adverbs, verbs, or adjectives. Okay, and in this case, when Uncle Max returned from Germany is an adverb clause describing when he showed interesting pictures. Okay, so let's practice it, and then we'll be done for today. Okay, page 46. You can go ahead and keep your book or your handbook open so that you can look back and reference it. But let's rewrite the sentence. Move to the beginning any of the 7 modifying elements explained under 26.5. So what we just talked about, adverbs, adjectives, participles, you can move that to the beginning of the sentence. Okay. Number 1, King Charles gave Penn a vast tract of land to repay a debt owed to Penn's father. This one's pretty easy. So now we see here there is what kind of phrase, class? Infinitive, to repay a debt owed to the Penn's father. So where can we move that, class? To the beginning. Good. To repay a debt owed to Penn's father, King Charles gave Penn a vast tract of land. Okay? And this one you could probably just underline with those ones and then just move it with an arrow or something like that. Okay? Well, that'll go by a little faster for us. Number 2, their home, surrounded by large, majestic oaks, is delightfully cool in summer. What do you have here, Emma? Okay. Any phrases there that we could move to the beginning? Good. Surrounded by large, majestic oaks, their home is delightfully cool in the summer. Awesome. Number 3, the New York Philharmonic, conducted by Peter Tchaikovsky, played the inaugural concert when Carnegie Hall opened in 1891. Okay. Jaylene, what can you move to the front there? Not conducted by Peter Tchaikovsky. That's going back to the Philharmonic. But there's another part where we can move to the front. Good. When Carnegie Hall opened in 1891, comma, the New York Philharmonic, conducted by Peter Tchaikovsky, played the inaugural concert. Number 4, an American inventor named James Russell developed the first compact disc in 1970 to improve the sound quality of musical recordings. There's another phrase we can move there. Christian? Awesome. To improve the sound quality of musical recordings, and an American inventor named James Russell developed the first compact disc in 1970. Awesome. Number 5, Dylan carefully checked the placement of decimals in his math answers. This one actually goes underneath letter A of 26.5. We can move an adverb to the front. Carefully, Dylan checked the placement of decimals in his math answers. Good. And then number 6, the museum's recent acquisition, displayed in a prominent place, was heavily guarded. What can we move there, class? What was it? Displayed in a prominent place is at the beginning. Good. Okay, so just some things that we can switch up rather than just having all of these declarative sentences. The museum's this was heavily guarded. Okay, or we can just move them to where they sound different. Obviously, you're still saying the same thing, but just having a variety in your sentences. Okay, that's it for today. Just make sure you're working on your bibliography. If you have any questions, let me know. Again, sorry, I'm having, it's taking me forever to grade your rough drafts just because I'm kind of trying to go into depth that'll maybe help you reword things, maybe cite things. So just give me some time on that. That's the second draft isn't due anytime super soon, so I'll get that to you back in plenty of time. But remember, Poetic Devices quiz on Friday. Your reading quiz, pages 243 to 248 is tomorrow. Okay? And then that's it for vocab, obviously since today is Wednesday. So make sure you guys have a good day. And don't get LASIK eye surgery. Just kidding. You guys are dismissed.